It. It is another day. You know what that means? Because I don't. I don't know. Time to do stuff again. Be alive time? I don't know. Whatever. What the hell am I doing? Alamegan Quarter. Sure, sure. Why not? Bunch of crap. By crap, I mean all of the random devices that I keep in my pockets. Getting in the way of my keyboard. Okay. We have been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Did they not get chairs? What the hell was that guy? Oh, I guess Ixal. Makes sense. I never did their content.
Guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would!
Kind of fucked. They don't get any chairs.
Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon. The Empire. Our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky will have gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
Still feels rude that we didn't give them chairs.
Taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
So much pork.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Okay.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Oops.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them.
Why am I getting so many whisper errors?
Keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
Damn.
I see we are all
Man's a
in
sub.
accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
I'm gonna name some. Oh, fellowship. I would call it Grand Company of Eorzea. Sure, okay.
But that's the name
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall
Get got,
ever be
Alphino.
united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
I want my transcriber thing to spam less so I can test it while I'm doing this and actually see information. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, that I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But, at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. That's my question mark's voice. Elder Seats here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphino's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs at the Ash-Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations, not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the selfsame goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance, for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telephoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? My code is producing some weird ass shit. Can't think of an excuse not to, so yes. Should be grateful of your help, grudging or not. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it'd be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say, we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. It's called Who This Was. I hear you. I am a real boy. This is that vision is gone. Bye-bye. I'll leave you to it, for millions. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. I'm pretty sure it thinks that this is what I said. So I don't know if the transcriber is being horrible or what. So what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its conception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together, and that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Alian. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Orines. Let us seek them out there. I'm going to see what the fuck is going on with this code real quick. It's giving me such weird sentences. It's a Benz. Less than due perspective or use, so that we must be brought to table with promise. That's all. That means it's what's this? Need to be crucial. Responsibility. Check by the law. No, by law. I cannot remember anything sounding even remotely close to that, but whatever. Alright, so this I'm putting right. Alright, so instead of this console log formatted that will start transcribing message you. That's not correct. Thank you. Testing this code. Will you please say something even oh, it said testing. City. Interesting. Alright, so is anything happening? Result transcription. Yeah. On standard out. Mr. Gypt. This code is filling silence with the word you and mistranscribing most things I say. Background noise or the silence detection isn't working well for your specific use case, causing the word you to appear inappropriately. Here are a few strategies. You can trim silence from the audio input before sending it to Whisper. Use a library like PyDub to remove silence from the audio. Interesting. Adjusting Whisper parameters. The Whisper model sometimes adds words if the input is not clear. You can adjust some generation parameters to control the minimum or maximum length of transcriptions. Experiment with do sample equals false in the model generation, which forces the model to choose the highest likelihood token instead of sampling. Okay. It's weird that they tried to recreate the whole thing, but are only using a couple imports. Remove silence, process audio. Not quite the whole thing. Okay. Ooh. Oh. How do I install PyDub? What was it? Yep. Pip install PyDub, please. Seems like that mostly worked. Whoa. Those are just the warnings. Should pass and well, let's see. How meaningful are these things to you, Mr. GPT? Okay. So it seems like it's not proceeding at all. Process audio. Length audio array less than. Yes, try this. See, the thing is, I don't want it to just throw out short things. I want things, really. Okay. Are we currently transcribing anything? Doesn't seem like it. Whoa. Getting rid of some, but not, again, this isn't all of the things. Are you getting rid of remove silence intentionally? Do you want to remove the remove silence function? Okay. I was mostly just asking if you had a reason to get rid of it, but It's fine. Did I not actually reboot the thing? That's dumb of me. It throws a bunch of errors. It's just saying you again. That's nope. Very bad. Very bad, very bad, very bad. Oh, that's something other than you, but it's not very good. Okay. Let's see. Can we, instead of checking audio chunk size in Python, ooh, what the hell was that? That's just a bunch of S's. What the fuck? Okay. Instead of checking the audio chunk size in Python, can we group together several chunks in a buffer in JS and set up a queue of buffer chunks where each item in the queue is of a proper, meaningful, not silent chunk to be sent to Whisper. I'm using that, and we're using this. I did want to, thank you. And audio processor, I think, is involved. To implement the approach where you buffered several audio chunks in JavaScript and only send meaningful non-silent chunks to Whisper for transcription, we can follow a strategy where buffering audio in JavaScript collect multiple chunks of audio data into a buffer, ensuring that these chunks meet a minimum size and are not silent. Silence detection in JavaScript. Implement silence detection on the client side to prevent sending silent or unimportant audio chunks to the server. Queuing non-silent chunks. Only queue and send meaningful audio chunks, i.e. non-silent audio, to Whisper for transcription. Modify JavaScript with silence detection and buffering. Excuse me. Is that this? WS Live. Start transcription. Stop transcription. Is that on here? So it's just the stuff in the script tag, I guess, is what we're dealing with. Yeah. Great. I can vibe with that. Alright, so we did that. Okay. Oh. To do all of those changes, it just did it on Client. That's interesting. Okay, it should be joined. Get a couple of random things, but I'm still... Oh, just going to leave it to you. What the heck? What are you detecting? Testing this whisper business. It is still sending silence to whisper. Whisper is still hearing the word you a lot. And no words I am testing are being parsed correctly. Nothing is working. Try again. I guess something I could check. Was anything throwing an error? Let's clear this. Sure. Alright. Change all this code. See if any of this works better. Turn that on. Hello, testing this code. Now it seems to not send anything. Microphone access granted. WebSocket for transcription opened. But nothing is being sent. Okay, let's actually look at this code we just pasted in here, shall we? Silence threshold. Threshold to determine silence. Minimum chunk size to send. 1 second. RMS threshold for detecting silence. 0.01. I don't really know what those numbers mean, so that's unfortunate. Audio chunk reduce. Sum plus sample times sample. Calculate. Function to calculate the root mean square of an audio chunk. Root mean square. That's just 3 functions. I mean, I guess that... I mean, that's just square right there. So that's... Okay, whatever. There's the square root. Okay, yeah. I see where those 3 functions are being used. I don't know why. But... Start transcription. Console log is never happening. What the hell? Okay, let's reset this thing. Let's reset this thing. Turn on that thing. Start this thing. Okay, now I'm getting some RMSs being printed. The RMSs are teeny tiny. Silent chunk detected, not... Ooh, so That's interesting. What do I do about that? It's just not hearing me. Would it hear me if I yelled? I don't really want to yell. Shit. Let's change this to 2 seconds. I don't know if that'll help anything, but it is 2 seconds now. It doesn't seem to be... It's calculating this way too fast. It's not calculating every couple seconds. It's calculating it like several times a second. So, how's that happening? Min chunk size. Audio buffer length greater or equal to min chunk size. If RMS over RMS threshold. Adding to buffer. That's so weird. Okay. Now, no word I say is being registered as noise. It seems to me the RMS calculations are happening way too frequently to ever have enough data to be relevant. Relevant? How do you spell relevant? I never... This is one of those words I just never know. Oh, A at the end. Okay. Relevant. Sure. You're correct that calculating RMS on every small chunk of audio might not be producing meaningful results because the chunks are too small to reflect whether the audio contains actual speech. To solve this, we can accumulate larger chunks of audio before performing RMS calculations. Just RMS checks on the accumulated chunk instead of each individual small chunk. Yeah, that seems more logical to me. Let's try this code then. Message a little bit. What the hell? Wait, what the fuck? Did it work? I don't understand what happened with that a little bit message. Silent accumulator skipping. Still skipping. Always skipping. Okay, well, it's not happening so often that it does not seem like it could be remotely useful. Amount of audio samples to accumulate before RMS check. 1 second of audio. I think I want to do 2 seconds still. Transcribe. WebSocket for transcription. Skipping. Skipping. Okay, it's not doing anything good, but it is doing something. By which I mean I did change the timing, but it is still not detecting anything useful. Okay. I mean, I could make the RMS threshold smaller, That would theoretically send something in. Try. I don't know. It seems weird. Threshold to determine silence. I don't understand why it's showing up as so quiet. I mean, I'm like not nearly peaking over here. Not quite, but like in the yellow. So why is it so quiet on the browser? Oh, wait, it just heard so quiet. So I have to be peaking in order to... Okay, interesting. So maybe... Thanks for staying. Why did you hear that? I couldn't tell you. Let's try making it even quieter. Can you hear things now? Okay, it heard something there. Just heard what? And then thanks. Neither of which are very useful. I'm going to switch very useful. This is weird. I don't really know what to do with this information that I'm gathering. I mean, an issue I'm always having is just that I'm too quiet. So maybe the problem's just with me. Alright, turn this up to 90. Maybe that'll just make things better or something. I feel like I'm gonna sound horrible. What are these things that it's hearing? Oh, sour? What the fuck? What are you doing? Also getting a lot of U's again. Alright, let's bump this back down to the values the computer thinks would be good. PSSSSS. What the fuck? What the fuck? I really don't understand this feedback. Okay, trying it again. This time. Silent accumulated, so it's not hearing me again. At the values it thought were reasonable, which is problematic. I wonder if the RMS being on 2 seconds means I have to have a larger percentile of noise over that 2 seconds. What a bother. Alright, what is this doing? Audio input length, parameter, blah, blah, blah. This port, post message, input channel. What the frick? Oh, it's hearing U's again. Why is it hearing U's again? This is so interesting. Boop da bop B. It's definitely not working. It is definitely not working. Maybe we can save some audio to replay on the client so I can hear what the audio being processed sounds like. Playback accumulated audio buffer directly in the browser. This way, you'll be able to listen to what is being sent and verify whether it's picking up silence, background noise, or actual speech. Yeah. It's interesting that it's... I guess it thinks it's actually in two different files. Add a button. Here's a button. Start transcription. Hello, hello. I'm not hearing anything. What is this even supposed to do? No audio buffers to play. Oh, because I can't hear it. Right, of course. So here, let's add some 0 RMS threshold. Accumulated buffer size. I don't know. Okay, doing some stuff. It's still hearing silence. Okay. Let's see. Pump this up to 32 because that was just me hissing. Oh, but it came through as just, which is kind of cool. Why is that so bad? Wait. Is that what it sounds like on stream? 1 second. That could be problematic. No, it sounds normal on stream. Okay. Some reason the audio being picked up by the client sounds very bad and quiet. Could that be because I am using the audio device in other applications? Lead to a few common issues. Reduce sample rate. Exclusive mode. Audio processing by other applications. Use exclusive mode in your web app if applicable. Make sure your microphone settings in the system are configured to use the best possible sample rate and bit depth. On Windows, you can check this by right-click on the speaker. Sounds. Recording tab. I don't think these are things that exist. Stop saying thank you to me, stupid application. This device is currently in use. Wait. Is it not using the correct microphone on Windows? How do I change it? Okay. Wait, maybe it's different now. Let's try. Transcriber, transcribe for me, please. Oh, hello. I was just using the microphone wrong. That's good. Okay, now we get 2 seconds. What happens if I change the RMS threshold again? Now that we know somewhat what's wrong. Does it still work? That's all for this video. What the hell? Where did you hear that? Okay. That seems like it's working. I'm pumped. Okay. Let's get rid of a couple of these console logs, because I don't actually want to spam the client all the time. Go back to, this seems like it's working, that seems like it's working. So come back here, and in send text, we'll uncomment this one. Let's see what happens. Pretty exciting, could be anything. All sorts of possibilities. We'll go. Whoa, hiccup. Go back to playing video game. Alright. What am I doing now? Oh yeah, Castrum Oriens. Oriens? Fucking go teleport to the place, please. Thank you. Righty. Sure takes a while to get through that processing stuff. How's that guy? Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. Oh yeah, I kind of remember him. So, you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Real will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hoped to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. So it seems like I skipped some content in between one message and the next. That wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Oh, I must have missed a sentence. Nothing, that's what. As for me, own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed. I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Fluffy, could you... Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel of 'em. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band o' misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? 'Cause Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters 'fore they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Alright, time to reread that transcript and see. One of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting, which is what's been a Science all about. I'm at a loss for words. Every swab was straight up with good intention. There was another who was only in it for the coin. Or both, really. More than you know, could you? At a barrel level like Science, ours was quite disparate band, and while I will never forgive Bert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a minute. Pity he was doing it for all wrong reasons. Just a minute. Where did that come from? Okay. I want this. Rick. Okay. Sentence parser, I guess. Well, first, I want to make sure I don't lose any spoken content. is this code set up? So that Whisper will get to process all the words, assuming they were loud enough to be heard. All spoken content is processed by Whisper. We need to address the following aspects: buffering and processing flow. We need to ensure that no audio data is lost between the moment it is captured and the moment it is sent. Silence detection. Silence detection is useful to avoid sending unnecessarily silent chunks, but we need to make sure that the silence threshold isn't too strict. Fire speech. Handling edge cases. Start-stop of speech. Ensure that smaller chunks of speech at the beginning or end of spoken content are also processed properly. Your current code buffers audio data until the buffer reaches a certain size, performs silence detection using RMS, and then sends non-silent chunks to Whisper. This approach should theoretically work well, but we need to make sure the following conditions are met. No audio data is discarded. The silence threshold is appropriately set to avoid missing soft-spoken words. Chunks are processed in a timely manner so that there is no data loss. Yeah, okay. Here's the updated version of our code with these considerations. Alright, if you say so. This would be on voice. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. Did that. Reload this. Do another one of those. Hopefully the changes were taken. My nose itches. Nothing is coming through. But perhaps... Oh wait, that's right. Because it has to go through this thing. Alright, let's play a little bit more. Alphino is keen to hear what Alice and Grahatia have learned from the braves who turned their back on the cause. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. That's cute. I think Alphino said that. Yeah, it's really hard how much reading I do for this application to parse. If it manages to figure it out eventually, I'll be very impressed. By it, I mean like me using ChatGPT. Where the heck? In Gridania. North part of Gridania, apparently. Great. Right here. Alright, so thank you. We can take another time. I'm conscious that less life-forming testimony is wait. Let's just make our way to Gridania and hear what others have learned. Whisper requires shorter input. Error processing audio. Audio data too long. Error processing audio. Audio data too long. Interesting. So, what does that mean? That means I mean, it should just be taking 1 second again. But it seems like Whisper ended up hitting too much data. Oops, where'd my thing go? Like Whisper is receiving audio chunks that are too long, causing errors like audio data too long. Whisper will have limitations on how long the input audio can be. In your case, you're sending chunks that exceed that limit. To fix this issue, we need to limit the buffer size. Make sure the accumulated buffer doesn't exceed. Send it to smaller chunks before sending it to Whisper. Great. I agree, which is why earlier I asked you to set up a queue, but whatever. You had to learn it on your own, I guess. Down. Okay, let's try it again. Okay. Doing another test. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Frixio. Set about adding your findings to my own at once. So it did cut out, I can imagine. I guess it's possible it was not. It's not the fault of my whisper algorithm, but instead the next step. I am still losing pieces of audio. It's possible the issue is in the next step here. There's that thing, and that goes to here. probably should. Oh, someone crashed. Dale crashed. Clean up tokenization spaces was not set. Command failed. Python. Summarizer. Tap input. Looks like you're buffering voice input. Sending it to a worker thread for summarization. If you're losing audio or some content isn't being processed properly, few potential bottlenecks could be causing the issue. Accumulating voice fragments into this voice buffer and then sending them to Whisper or the summarizer when either the total length of the voice buffer exceeds the min length for summarization. If these conditions aren't met quickly enough, you might lose some of the spoken content before it's processed. Additionally, this voice buffer updating code with improvements. Whoa. Scrolled up too much. Text summarizer. Okay. Let's see if this does any better. Executing code. Hello, Brixio. Brixio. Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good is it to see Walking Ones again so soon after the meeting? I will say, should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? Brixio. No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making Walking Ones dance, but no more. Horned One, Khan Isena, said that Walking Ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting and friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telephoroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice Walking Ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Alice, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphina? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. What? No, a Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy who's due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kryl has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can see why they might want scions to be present, but us specifically. Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself. But when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Forchenot Levelieu. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum has journeyed here would be surprise enough. But him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray, accept my apologies, along with my report. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from urgent matters. Go! The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits even now. Let us be on our way. Why did this get jumbled up? Sending text to worker. Worker completed. This is the last thing I do with it. Alright. Still has some weird issues. Was it complaining about? Join defeat. Somewhere it was complaining about Whisper getting too much. Oh, yeah. What do you think about that printout? This isn't using Whisper. Oak. Let's make a new ChatGPT. That one got confused. Which I suppose is fair enough. Server.py. Make sure Whisper never gets sent audio chunks too large, and also no audio chunks are lost. Whisper gets all the audio chunks in the correct order. Since audio chunks that are too large, while also making sure no audio chunks are lost and that Whisper receives them in the correct order, adjust the following. Buffer management. Send to Whisper and split buffer. Those things that already exist, send to Whisper is... speech detects inside the WebSocket message handler. On message, chunk audio buffer, if audio buffer is sent to Whisper, Whisper audio buffer 0. It looks exactly the same. Audio buffer length over 0. When it's closed, I don't actually care that much, but it's fine. What do you mean? Python code is already well structured to handle audio data. Just ensure that when it processes the audio, it doesn't discard data unnecessarily, and that it handles edge cases for small audio chunks as well. just make sure. Do you mean it should handle them, but test it? Or do you mean add in that functionality? Indicating that your Python Whisperer server should already handle the basic requirements for audio processing. Testing is essential to confirm that it works properly under different conditions. However, if you notice any issues during testing, such as small ones not being handled properly, you may need to add or tweak functionality to address those cases. Alright, great. Doing some more transcription. This was just on game screen this whole time. That's fine. It wasn't particularly interesting what I was doing. Mostly just reading ChatGPT out loud, which I was still doing. So. Right. Silent. Whoa. What the frick? Is it because it just had buffer left over? Could that have been the issue? Let's see. Frick. Alright. Is it... Well, I guess I haven't tested it if it was just the buffer having too much buffer. So I'll just let it sit for a minute. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seedseer and your friends are waiting within. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunal's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryl permission to request Charlian aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the fuck was that? What even is this? Like a bunch of cursive L's? You're encountering seems to be related to the input text causing the summarizer function to fail due to the large number of tokens or invalid characters. Here's what might be happening. Token level exceeded model limits. Invalid characters. The text contains Georgian characters, which might not be properly tokenized by the model. You limit the size and input text before sending it to the summarizer. Can whispers parameters be set so all output is English? Whoa. What the hell is happening there? Shit's getting laggy. Set the language explicitly when calling the whisper model by adding the language parameter to the processor. When speech to text receives a value error, and we make sure to handle it differently than a normal message. Okay. This whisper process standard out on data. Wait. This is just printing into console. How is... I guess it didn't work the way I was doing it before. So weird. It's upset about something. What's it upset about? Client UI. Handle value error. Eh? Error display. Get element error display. It's not an element currently, so okay. I'd have to add a thing, but I don't actually care that much about that. No, but it's upset about it. What are you upset about? Didn't want it anyways. Okay. Much less that it would be delivered by a member of the forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
Dun, dun, dun.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. I don't remember who said that last time, but I'm saying it this time. Maybe it was me who said it last time.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait! Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
I'm sending Cyrillic again. That's weird. Or not Cyrillic, but whatever the hell. So that's what he came here to say. That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi. As for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision, to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortunol who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? Fluffy, has Master Fortunol arrived yet? Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fortunol's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. No, that's where I want to be. Might take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet, if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart, and so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? ChatGPT, you read all that output. That was freaking itself out. I'm gonna learn how to shush. Can Senna seems determined not to let the disappointment of Charlene's rejection distract her from the task at hand. While Charlene's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Sublaugh. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking ones. Grave tidings. Grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see feathered ones send terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelfatol. Destroying ones and captured ones and even frightful godly ones. Feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late, but luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones, who did not fight, were left unharmed. West, that would be Corthus. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Talafaroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Corthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartino Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time is come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartino. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Van Daniel. Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartino. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. Van Daniel. So I am just vaguely working on getting my code to work. What the hell, why are you talking about summarizer? It's true. He does call himself Van Daniel. What? Does that hold meaning for you that it doesn't hold for me? Van Daniel means nothing to me other than dumb name. It is a really stupid name. says standard out on data. Handle transcription error. Document. How would you see the document? What the fuck is going on? I don't want to think about this. I will eventually, but clearly that ChatGPT has jumped the shark. New quest. Pictomancer. Matron, help me. One more complaint this day, and I swear. Ah. Forgive me my rambling, but please tell me you haven't come to make a complaint. I'll have you know my day is going swimmingly. Well, I should warn you that a Moogle has been making a nuisance of himself here in Gridania. The palmed pest has been harassing adventurers in an attempt to rope them into some painting endeavor. Despite the lack of interest, he refuses to give up. You're an adventuring sort, are you not? If so, you'd be wise to give that Moogle a wide berth. Unless you are the artistic adventuring sort, I suspect he's still loitering in the Aetheryte Plaza. If my tale has piqued your interest. Alright. So it's a Moogle-based power. How exciting. Oops, oh my god. Puffer fish, puffer fish, puffer fish. Sad Moogle. You there, Kupo. How would you like to do some painting? Not ordinary painting, mind you. Magic painting, where your works come to life. Your imagination's the limit. It's pretty rude. Just shrug and walk away. Ah, Kupo nuts. Why won't anyone give me a chance? They could do so much good with the power of pictomancy. I might be interested in learning more about pictomancy. What did you say, Kupo? You're not pulling my palm, are you? You wish to know more about pictomancy? Truly? Hooray, hooray! The name's Kupopo, and I'm extremely pleased to meet you, Kupo. I am the inheritor of a Pictomancer's soul crystal, and I seek a creative individual who can carry on this arcane artistry. A history lesson is in order. A hymn. Pictomancy was conceived some 1500 years ago, in the dusk of the 5th astral era. While other schools of magic that originated during that period, such as black and white, are expressions of the caster's will, Pictomancy relies on something even more abstract, the imagination. By channeling aether into a concept held in their mind's eye, a Pictomancer can give form to the formless. It's a bit tricky to wrap your head around, I know. And that's precisely why the great Archon Realm, founder of Pictomancy, incorporated the painter's tools into our art. Why did my microphone get quieter again? What's going on? A gifted artist as well as mage, Realm took a brush instead of a staff and wielded ether like paint to give shape to her imaginings. In this way was Pictomancy born, a magical discipline unlike any other Kupo. Now, Realm was a charitable soul, and never ever used her powers for self-serving ends. She dedicated her life to aiding and defending those in need. During the War of the Magi, Realm traveled the land and saved countless people with her Pictomancy, and it was for those deeds that she earned a place among the 12 Archons. Is it quiet? What's happening? So, how about it? Would you like to take up the Archon's noble legacy and become, dare I say it, a Realm Reborn? Oh boy. Wonderful, Kupo. Your enthusiasm warms my heart. As I have only one soul crystal, however, I must ensure that I entrust it to the right person. Therefore, before I grant you this dazzling opportunity, I require that you attend a job interview. Seek me out at the Carline Canopy, and be sure to come prepared with your fanciest Pictomanciest answers for my flurry of very professional questions. Ah, there you are. I would have invited you to my cozy little hovel and put out tea and biscuits, except I don't have a cozy little hovel, or any home to speak of, for that matter. Such is the life of an itinerant Moogle, Kupo. I haven't guilded my name either, so I can't order us tea and biscuits, but we can avail ourselves of a table. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce this interview commenced, Kupo. Let's begin with the basics. Might I have your full name? I'm Fluffy McGee Orkson. 'Tis a fine name. Well met, Fluffy McGee Orkson. Right, on to the next question. What do you consider your primary vocation? I'm, between jobs at the moment. Oh, I apologize if I asked a sensitive question. But take heart, my friend. If you pass my interview, you'll become a certified Pictomancer, and all the realm shall ooh and ah at you. And moving along to the next question, how would you rate your artistic abilities? My stick figure drawings are second to none. Well, I, for one, think stick figures are wonderful, as is your honest answer. You'll be pleased to know that pictomancy relies more on one's imagination than their artistic abilities, so don't fret about your egregious lack of the latter. Speaking of imagination, let's try and put yours to work. Tell me the first thought that enters your mind when you hear the word Moogle. Very little shites. Fluffiness and fun. Ah yes, from the fluffy fur to the merry mannerisms, I can fairly see the Moogle in your mind wheeling winsomely in the air. Yours is a rich imagination, Kupo. Now, this next question is very important. Someone's in trouble. What do you do? Speak with them first to gauge the problem. It is indeed a prudent approach, Kupo. If I may ask a follow-up question, can you share a recent example of when you approached a soul in distress? Come again, a hearer who's been inundated with complaints about my pictomancy pitches. Oh dear, that's rather disheartening, Kupo. But this isn't about me. What's important is that you are not wont to ignore the plight of another. That willingness to serve a greater purpose and emulate Archon Realm's example is the key to becoming a truly talented pictomancer. Having considered your answers, I reckon you have what it takes to become a capable pictomancer. I'm so relieved I found you, Kupo. I deem you worthy of the soul crystal. However, I should warn you that it comes with some proverbial strings attached. A bit of emotional baggage, too. You see, several moons ago, I got into a terrible argument with my best friend. We went our separate ways, and I've not seen her since. Wish I could meet her again, try to reconcile, more than anything. So if we hear aught of her during our journey together, I'd like you to lend me a helping hand. If you're still willing to train as a pictomancer with this condition in mind, then the soul crystal is yours. Just say the word, Kupo. Is pictomancer a healer or a DPS? I've seen them, but I never really paid attention. So I still wish to be a pictomancer in full acceptance of my condition. Then as promised, I bestow upon you the soul crystal. To help get you started, I prepared a set of equipment. Hopefully it fits, Kupo. Yeah, I already got the quest for the Viper, or whatever. Which I also will probably ignore. I might actually do this one. Like, eventually. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll do all of them eventually. But there's a higher chance that I'll do this one eventually than the Viper one. Bluffy, it would seem Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Wheelchair bound now.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I'll fight regardless of what you say, so okay.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide.
I call myself a hero. I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, Alfino, you already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Some things may have changed, but the venture isn't over yet.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now,
What dreams
I
are
know
being
just
entrusted?
how heavy that burden can be.
Just like to win at
To tell the truth,
war or whatever?
I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
Whip him into
There's not much chance of me
shape,
living the quiet life with you around,
spicy
is there?
lady.
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Bum, bum. Dum ba dum bum 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 ba ba dum bum ba dum bum. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalia and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Okay. Several cutscenes. Does that mean this is the end of the expansion? Just a bunch of garbage characters. Stupid program. Why are you being so dumb?
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind.
Adversary
is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
God be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
standing in a funny, like, hexagon. Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cartano. As for the Asian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long. We cannot allow ourselves to be stalled here. Fight these ones too. Fight all of them. So they would overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I will keep them occupied. The rest of you, seek out the primals. My efforts untempered. With luck, I should have the chance to cure some of them. Then I'll go west. Flippy, Alpino, come with me. Okay. Something's not right. Take the fight to the Telophoroi? Damn, Graha's shiny as hell. There's so many of them. Unaspected. All nearby enemies. Start again. Oh, there's a cast time to this. Chop, 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 chop.
Allow me.
Chop, chop, chop. I can just spam this one. Spin. Spin. Bear stone. Bear fire. Dum. You're the tempered. Right. Oh. Do you see it? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Carton. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim steppe, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Is that Odin? So the time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead. Healing? Do I have their... best defense is a good defense. Okay. Oops. I really wish there was like a UI for my allies in that. What the hell? 1 deals damage. 2. Draw a card from the divining deck. I don't know what that means, but I restore some MP. And then it deals some damage. Another card. Restore some MP. Buff thing. Here's Lunar Odin. Oh, it's not very helpful, actually. Guess I should heal Banquet again. So I can deals ice damage, restore MP. Dot. Also heal. Okay. Hold the line. Yeah. I don't really understand how break works, but I guess. Yeah. Why me? I don't have to read all my buttons and be confused. I guess I could have stayed where I was. I must say, as the Azure Dragoon, it's embarrassing that you're worse than just some guy leveling up. That time he pulled his weight.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
How fare the Tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
In battle it's time. We'll get there.
That we will.
Dun dun dun. It's funny that they gave Alphino black lipstick in that picture. Yeah. This guy. Graha, I could see being a black lipstick boy. Or even Alice. But, you know, she's not a boy. But still. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Amric. May I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. Oh, Estinian. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Turning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartano, it is like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that you have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. Sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. Could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. Bum, bum, bum. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who waits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Cryle, the Forum has been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be relative to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Forchenal's performance at the Lotus Den was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of aetherology knowledge. care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Fluffy? Might you be persuaded to join us? Plot of course for Charlian. Hear, hear. 'Tis time we laid bare the Telophoroid's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Now I can shush people. Why can I now shush people? Meanwhile, in Garlean capital. It's a pretty cool scythe. He became a scythe boy.
Orsians certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
What makes the next time final? You can just abandon your own soul again. I guess maybe he's just assuming he's gonna win.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me.
It's Big Mama Heidi Hide.
Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Thanks, Galadriel.
Everything all right back there?
Spoopy moon. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, in gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide. What end? Something? I don't know. Bum bum. Alright, let's see. I want to get some input from ChatGPT so I can test this again. So I'm gonna do a little bit of copy and texting. Copy and pasting text, whatever, doesn't matter. Paste some errors. Read audio stream. Okay, so not main, but these two. Okay. Will this still crash? Alpha no. Alright, we're doing new stuff. We didn't get to 90 this time. Do I still swap to tank for some time? It hasn't crashed so far, except for audio data too long, so that's obnoxious. Fluffy, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite, and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summoning. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenos Yegalvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged the Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The Garlemald. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Secession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Fortunal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Liminsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. The next ship bound for Charlene. As associates. I think that's probably the thing I said immediately after. The next ship board for Charlene is present yourselves as associates of students of Baldessian. Come to assist with orders. Restoration. Do we bit more this business? Yeah, you're seeing warnings about the future potential issue. Wish for standard error. These aren't breaking errors. You may want to address them as follows: language detection versus translation. Ensure you're passing the language equals EN parameters from loading whisper model. Whisper server by. It's default behavior of language detection. Where do I do this? Right. Oh, it's up here. In this one? Whatever. Update the Whisper Mama code when a new version of Transformers is released to handle this deprecation. Update the Whisper model code. Okay. Hugging faces. Whisper. Small. Did it in February. Not super promising. Key values. What are we talking about? Past key values. Yeah, whatever. And send audio to whisper in your voice.html. Update your whisper max samples constant. Keep this as is. Okay. So don't update it. Send audio to whisper. Okay, yes, that's how it is already. Inputs equal processor audio array sampling rate. That's exactly what I have. Tension mask. Okay, well, at least this is something that is not currently how it is. Oh. Ugh. Sneeze and then I yawned. It didn't change anything again. Alright. These. Whisper small on ugly face to ensure we are meeting the requirements. Now that you have seen the up-to-date docs, does Whisper server need to change? Still the same. Back to playing a video game. To Limsa. Shit. Line 9. Language does not go here. Fine. Bum, 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 bum. There is no object. Get attention mask. Hey, some free money. This hasn't lowered that much. Which is interesting. These ones are selling for 100. I guess I should just buy all these things for no money, sell them to a vendor. But I don't know if I have the energy to actually do that. Yeah. Can I sell this? Hmm. I don't know. I have even more over here too. I think they were like dirt cheap at one point. So I tried picking them up to see if they would sell. I have made some money on it. Probably I flooded the market, so now nobody wants to buy them or something. I don't know how that works. Forgot where the sort button was at one for a bit there. Okay, let's see if the transcriber works this time. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Schedule.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Pout.
It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Narrator's talking to me now?
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Microphone's getting quieter and quieter. What is happening with that? Why is that happening?
Here. Feel.
day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
This is where we sleep?
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Adriel's up here.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last, my warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Does this mean we made her more powerful? Oh, okay. Wow, now, why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
What?
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Is Alphino excited and Thancred sounding like he's coming home?
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Sure.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
He's not going home, though.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
The AI is trying to respond to the things you're saying.
Deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Except for he took your names away.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Charlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Hello, we are the Spear Brothers. We poke stuff with stick.
Name and occupation?
Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer? Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now? If you'll allow me...
Also adventurer?
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh shit, it's a new city. I'm gonna get a snack. And then get back to checking out new stuff. One thing, like the number 2 caused my summarizer to blow up. Which is a bit concerning. Glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. HYB. Hello, Mary. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Thought to launch directly. Oh. This is Fluffy and Estienne's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. Must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? Recently, mostly Final Fantasy XIV. Probably always gonna be more Final Fantasy XIV than anything else, but I don't know about always, but for the foreseeable future, equally untethered as it were, there is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. With a view, Estinian, my services as a guide are yours for the asking. I'm a Californian. Won't be necessary. Till we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind blows. But I could... Oh. Was it? Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? We've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Sure. Come, Fluffy, Charlian awaits. Appreciate the thought, but I'm not really looking for any art assets at the moment. After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Oh. You can make a party now. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. interesting. You have to go all the way to level 90 content. Well, I mean, level up to 90 content in order to have a traditional Final Fantasy party. All the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. See no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You've been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seem to keep the attendants busy. Okay. The mechanic is neat, but I don't actually want to talk to them about, like, harbors and shit. What is the subject? Discuss the giant statue. Do I want to know about giant statues? Not really. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. So the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself, because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient. Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? Stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. The summarizer not accepting the number 2 is actually an issue with the summarizer. Okay, testing. Slightly different code for the transcriber. An unusual shape, isn't it? Is it? It does have a swirl in the middle. I assure you, however, that it is perfectly functioning etherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Alagan etherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. That's kind of cool looking. What is this spot? Oh, that's the Confluence. Okay. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Etherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. I guess I'll wait until after this quest to just run around and gather all the Etherites. Alidbert. Discuss the water features. How exciting. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view, since memories should be treasured. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End, Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Transcriber thought I said the great city of Charlotte, which is funny. There's a chocobo through the council chamber? We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Njonkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levelure. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. With that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, across the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Fluffy. I guess that's where the Levelures come from. I really enjoy seeing what the AI parses the random fucking proper nouns in this game. House Libido. Oh wait, what the hell is this? I didn't say any of this. It's talking about London and shit. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Fluffy and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Fluffy. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunijika. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunijika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin Ichika? Nope. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left, there is a main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, we probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research, or exhausted from journeys abroad, that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. You know, I need to say more numbers to see if that's still 1, 2, 3, counting numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See if it sends any numerical digits for any of those.
Delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Charlian. Not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The
The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Lunar primal.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Krar's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
What am I gonna do in Charlian? Shake people
Though
down?
it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
The muscle.
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnir on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Automatically adjust microphone settings. Could be causing that Discord, maybe? Maybe it was Discord. I don't know why. It's not like I'm using Discord right now, but whatever. Alright. Quick pause. What the hell? Sent random Japanese or Chinese kanji. Whatever. Alright. Oh, what happened here? Oh, is this YouTube? Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, YouTube. Right. I'm not sure if the summarizer is actually doing anything other than taking processor sources. Seems like the summarizer might not be reducing the text as expected, which could explain why it appears to be consuming resources without significantly changing the output. Here are some troubleshooting steps, blah 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 blah. Okay, sure. Input and output. Comparison. Bum. Alright. There's some new code. So back to game. Orianger is going with the muscle team. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. Brida was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Seems like the summary is doing something. Results indicate that the summarizer may not be worth the additional processing load. In your case, the text length difference is minimal, and the summaries themselves do not seem to significantly improve the clarity or usefulness of the transcription. Instead of adding a summarization step, which seems to be adding overhead without sufficient benefit, you may consider skipping this step entirely. You can send the transcribed text directly to the LLM for response generation. LLMs are generally very capable of handling raw or fragmented text, and they can generate more coherent and context-aware responses based on that input. By removing the summarization step, you also reduce the processing time and CPU memory usage. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Doesn't seem like it's doing much. Which means speech to text. Yeah, this is all happening fine. But the server maybe will skip a step. Parser. Leave it there, but I don't really need it. I guess the summarizer pi is more potentially useful than the sentence parser, but matter. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Change there, but whatever. Sure. Am I generating responses? Receive message. Wait. Alright, so processor. Probably by adding a receive message function so that it handles the input sentence parser was receiving and turns it into the output that memory processor was then receiving. I guess I could do that also, but that sounds lame. It's turning down my goddamn microphone volume again. What is doing that? We already decided the summary wasn't helpful. You dumb. Make your solution, ChatGPT. Alright, we received the message. This clean transcription. Also want to do that. Wait. Here we go. Does almost nothing. In fact, I think it's skippable. voice buffer. Push cleaned message. Why are we still using a voice buffer? If this voice buffer length greater or equal to this voice accumulation limit, or this get voice buffer length greater or equal to this min length for processing. So voice text equals this voice buffer join split long text if necessary. This process message. Okay, let's see. How is the getting text and metadata? Meta this Q. Push result. Worker on message. So the thing how does this even get fragment? What the hell? Let's see, work data fragment. One worker. Fragment. Which is just this. So if I just call it meta, that's basically all I need. Okay. I want to change the prompts based on the source, but not this, I think. Do I want to await this? I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I do need it to be its own thing. I'm gonna call summary and meta. And I think that's just it. Process summary worker. There's a summary worker. That's the one I use here, right? So it's probably not the same thing. What the fuck? Huh? What is this trying to do? Don't have process summary worker JS. Can you generate one for me? Script will be executed in a worker thread to handle summarization and processing asynchronously. Actual processing logic. Just a random try catch? What the hell? Process summary. Does this... Prompt undefined. Llama 2 input temp. Is that something I'm actually using? I want the summary worker to use this llama 2 response, right? To take the text generated either by transcribing the audio from my microphone with many transcription errors, or taken from my live stream chat on Twitch sent by a viewer combined with necessary knowledge from short and long-term memory generate a response. There. Decide whether a response is warranted. The personality that AI is representing and if so, generate a response and format the response such that it dictates whether to respond via live chat, TTS, or internal function call. What even is this? Process summary work. I want the llama model to take the source of a message into account when generating the deciding if a response is warranted. And where it should be received and what the response is. I don't want it to only respond to voice with DTS. it to treat. TTS as responding to me, the streamer, and a particular chat there can be several Twitch and or YouTube live chats sending messages simultaneously. Simultaneously. Be treated as a single entity. Single large chat entity, or even a at user. What the heck? Specific person. So the llama model is pretending to take part in a conversation with multiple actors engaged in it. If it wasn't taken into account, here is the structure of the input. Where channel represents the different chats username the particular person in a chat. Actually forgot. Let's see. Source is either voice or where the hell did I put? Oh, here we go. Is type the main priority is it is voice or other, but others can be YouTube chat or Twitch chat. And received at its timestamp. I mean, this is a promising thing. I really like the hope that this will work. I'm sure many things will fail before that happens, but until then, let's go back to testing, shall we? What am I doing here? There's a blue quest over there. Whoa. Big old cliff right there. God, the volume got turned down again, didn't it? I need to find out what's doing that. I hate it so. Like, I don't necessarily want my volume to always be at 100, but I do want to know what it's at always, you know? Jesus Christ. Okay, trying to use llama has freaked my shit. Jesus Christ. Slow your roll. She here seems really to trying to load the model from checkpoint shards, which is failing. The error code access violation is often seen in memory-related issues on Windows systems when loading large models. This could be due to insufficient system resources. Version mismatch or compatibility issue between the installed Python packages and the model. Significant memory in both RAM and GPU. Ensure that your system has enough resources to load the model. Metallama slash what? Eh? And it makes the thing, doesn't it? Oops. Not that. Server.cert, server.key. The hell? Oops. I don't think these are supposed to be here. test.py. Python test.py. Loading checkpoint shards 0%, 50%. What am I looking at here? Cache system uses symlinks by default to efficiently store duplicated files, but my machine does not support them. Okay. Waiting for it to process something. This Python doesn't even show up. Frick. Guess it responded to something. Maybe after having loaded it once, it will pull it off better. Maybe. Alright. Here is some text for you, Mr. AI. Seems like maybe using a bit of an issue. Yeah, okay. Maybe this will cause it to not just break down my whole system. That would be cool. Alright, let's see how it does. Doing a little bit of chunking. Just not great. Perhaps I will have to stick it on another machine or something if I actually want this to work. Jesus Christ. Update the worker.js with that change, please. Bump, 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 bump. Not gonna work, and that makes me very sad. Not sure. Not sure what my solution is. Oops. Alright, let's see if this breaks everything down. Let's look at the... Whoa.